right. All right. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again, playing some more Genshin Impact. Bop, bop. Last time on, we have finally made our way to Fontaine. Alright. So last time on, we completed Act 1 of Fontaine's first story. We had a trial. Linny was on trial for murder, which was nuts. Today I want to do a little more exploration. I want to open up the rest of this map. Maybe take on the 2 new bosses. So let's mark that. And we are going to... Oh, my daily check-in. No, I didn't... I clearly want one of this.
We're way behind schedule.
Man. I'm so excited to explore Fontaine. If you watched my stream yesterday, you know I did just a lot of wandering, a lot of exploring. I mean, I could summon the Wave Rider, but like... why bother? Oh, sorry, I have my harvesting team up. I'm at 134. Well, let me... We'll deploy the Fontaine for now. It's just a sight to explore, you know? Right? Oh, I need someone who is an attacker. Or I need an underwater attack first. Alright, I can't do anything with it until oh, I can! Yeah, so Lumine and Linny are Numa, and Lynette is an Uisa. Can't freeze in that form.
Surprise!
That form he can freeze, though. God, it's just such a bop.
Beautiful.
Teachings of justice. Alright, so we're just gonna do a little wander, open the map a bit. Oh, what am I doing? Let's switch to Denouement of Sin. This is the Marasho Hunter. Normal attack and charge attack up.
Over here. Born of ice and frost.
That was do this and get some heals.
Go!
The hunter becomes the hunted.
I'll keep this close.
Dope.
Water jet!
I should probably... So there's no seeds for that one, I'm noticing. Now, the question is, can I capture a seal? That's a bummer. You know, that's a real bummer. Seriously, if I could, in my teapot, if I could have a seal and a Rishbalan tiger...
This is long overdue. Didn't see that coming.
Cool.
Healthy body, healthy mind. Perhaps whoever left
Tainted
these
water
behind
is such an
was
odd
also fulfilling a contract.
saying.
We're way behind schedule.
Right? Because they so resemble the Hydroidolans from the summer event that we just had. Do you gentlemen actually have anything you're defending, or are you just hanging out? I think they're just chilling.
Water jet!
Picked the wrong test subject. The hunter
No chests. Okay.
becomes the
We're way behind schedule.
There's a chest right there, though. That'll help. Alright, I also did at some point today want to check out the drip marketing for Neuvillette and Riosli.
Next on the agenda.
Done.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
That's just so satisfying. Friggin' dolphining. I'm a friggin' porpoise, baby. See, I wish I could go all the way to the edge and all the way around. Seems like it'd be pretty sweet.
Water jet!
Next access denied. We're way behind schedule.
Okay. These ones are good.
Next on the agenda.
And we're by the boss.
Go!
Thank you, sir. I see a Hydroculus right there. Can I call? Oh, I can climb. Okay. All right. Now I remember. So it's gonna be over here somewhere. I do wish there was a more effective way of doing this. Like maybe if they were attacked from a certain angle. Let's do this first.
Water jet!
Suppression Special Mech. A machine created from the union between Fontaine's intricate device and special energy, based on whether it's imbued with Wisa or Numa. And overloading it causes it to stop fighting.
Let the magic begin!
Here comes the finale.
All hail!
That'll hit both of them.
We're way behind schedule.
Water jet!
Born of ice and frost.
Gives me all the mech gears. Perfect.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
I agree.
We're way behind schedule.
What is this?
We're way behind schedule.
Step on up!
Because that's the Numa.
Water jet!
Access denied.
Now it's imbalanced. Annihilation Specialists.
Water jet!
That should stun them, right? No?
Blaze over. Born of ice and frost.
Right? Okay, good. Yes, so that worked. So that we stunned them for a second.
Access denied. Next on the agenda. Beautiful treasures are a cause
Ooh,
for
a
great
mysterious
happiness.
core. Still haven't found any breacher premises. They're over in that region. Okay. You're a new thing. A geological survey mech.
Did I miscalculate?
Suffocate!
Wipe out!
This is long overdue.
I should also probably heal up soon.
Is this an answer from this world?
Yes, you mean yes it is. Just go back here for a second. I teleported to the Statue of Seven. Where? Alright, so now let's try and find our way below the sea. I also see the red light from the next Statue of the Seven right over there.
No touching. Access denied.
Oh.
Next on the agenda, Born of Ice and Frost.
Did he shrink just as I was shooting his head?
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Suffocate! Picked the wrong test subject. Have a little taste.
Air at their feet.
Surprise!
Just like
Perfecta.
expected.
Alright, now. This looks like a path down. That's a good sign. And there we go. Alright, let's get an actual team.
There's still a long road ahead.
Alright, our first encounter with the Emperor. The Emperor of Fire and Iron, an armored crab lord that has survived for countless eons and surpassed almost all other Fontaine aberrants. The twin molten horns located high on its body are pyro-aligned organs that can unleash vicious elemental attacks and grant it stronger defense capabilities. When it unleashes certain attacks, the twin horns are closer to the ground, provide a great opportunity to unleash elemental reactions to remove the pyro element within.
Access denied. Shine down. Water jet. Bombs away. Next on the agenda. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. Blaze over.
I will have order.
No touching.
Descriptivist. No! Oh, yes, good, before he burrowed. Giant fire crab, baby. Meh. Nope. Okay, 3 Emperor's Resolutions. The Warhammer of the Emperor of Fire and Iron. This mighty crab has crushed countless foes with its giant claw, be it clockwork mecha or Fontaine aberrants or hunters with ill-placed curiosity. All have yielded under its power. Fontaine aberrants are different from human beings in their concepts of aristocracy or inheritance are entirely foreign to them. None of them are born superior. Ones that survive deadly predators and adversities is able to accumulate infinite power, keeps hunting and feeding over centuries. Such a creature is referred to as an overlord, for the fear it inspires. Alright, you know what that means, though. Linny should be able, to ascend.
Would you be more shocked if nothing changed about me at all?
The next one's going to require a bunch more rainbow roses. 900, it's fine. There we go. Okay, destroy its twin horns and defeat it once. Good. Alright, not bad. Okay. Let's teleport up top. And start heading that way. We'll unlock the rest of our map. Let's switch out of our battle setup. to the Fontaine. Hold up. That should be better. Starting to get a little drift on the PS5. The swimming is so satisfying. See, like, I don't think charging does anything, it's just... Good. What's there? One more. Secret tunnel? I mean, there's clearly a thing there. Oh, dang it, I wasn't keeping track of the hydroculuses again. It's something I've never done once in any region. I always intend to keep track of them. Use that. You can discover some locations. Alright, those are things on the walls that I can collect. Oh, it's a, okay, It's a literal Shrine of the Depths. In the actual depths. I love how modern all of the sunken ships down here look. Fading Veteran. The Grand Fleet's Gatekeeper. Invisible Seal. Fading Veteran. Oh, did I get a chest for kicking that old seal's butt? Like, seriously, random old seal that can turn invisible and shoot endless water bubbles. I mean, I guess yesterday I did run into, what did I run into? A pair of manta rays who had just like endless water blades. No, stop. I don't want to go up. Where, what? What?
It's important to inspect your diving equipment regularly.
Oh, is this Poisson? Hello there, I'm a diver employed by the Spina de Rosula. Navia! Arsenal. You know, one platform at a time. That's my bad. Delicious poisson seafood.
It's important to inspect your diving equipment regularly.
Alright. So it's just a giant underground fishing village. Ignoring the Palais Mermonia, he'll reckon he's invited to sing in the opera soon.
Zip on up!
Oh, this is so friggin' cool looking. Curious. Like, is there... it's probably going to be, like, story related. I'll eventually come back here.
Intel is just like...
I'm Municello the porter. Do you know the rules? What rules? Fresh fish, I see. Never choose. That's how the porter rolls. What's a porter? I transport information. Okay. Who's your puppy?
Over here!
I'll admit I love the ambiance. I've always loved ships turned into cities, that kind of vibe. A really cool setting. They did an actual play based there, a D&D actual play. It's set in the Dimension 20's Fantasy High universe. In the second season, they went to a pirate city. Called Leviathan. And it's a giant floating city on the ocean. Made of, like, dozens, if not hundreds of pirate ships. Latched, like, that have been shipwrecked and latched to each other and stacked on top of each other. And it always gets, I love that, the vibe of like, oh yeah, a ship that's not in the water acting as a home. It just has a really cool vibe.
Step on up.
The Dark Tide's Echo.
Over here.
Fish you want.
You got some fish? Ooh, here I can... Okay. So I'm definitely gonna need to remember this place. Because they sell Tidalgas, Maritime flowers, and barrel conchas. Anything that sells limited items, I always try and hit up. Oh, and it's like a whole... It's literally a city in a hole. Oh, that's so cool. What to use? Some kind of robot fish? Underwater patrol mech. Okay, Echoing conches. Oh, that's cool. Whoa, we get a little scene.
Piece of cake.
As I entered an underwater area. These are a few of my favorite things. Spin Crystal 101. Alright, that was kind of cool. Red light's right over there. They recall the Antoine Rogier aircraft.
Cue the spotlight! The path!
Go on the road.
Water jet! Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue. Next on the agenda. I can fix this.
Yeah, trying to keep using Lindy Lynette is not the good. Well, where are we going? I thought we were going up. We're moving away from where I want. I mean, I'm gonna stick with you for now.
Zip on up! Yeah!
Bye. Probably should have activated the teleport point before doing this. I wonder if I have to do something with all the buoys.
A reward on the road. Access denied.
Now disappear!
Over here. Ha! Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Alright, and jump. So close. Right, we can jump on there. So I have to dash now. Okay, are these bones? Because it kind of reminds me of dragon spine, and that's worrying. Fontaine, Continental Explorer. Let me just see, what do I got for Fontaine? Unlock all teleport, 60 chests, 120 chests, 240 chests. Get the Narzenkreuz adventures, discover the secret to be found within Elinas. Obtain the power of Hydro. These are a few of my favorite things. And thus does Fontaine take 2 steps further toward beauty. Help Henri change his fate. Sure. Oh boy, there's a lot of teleport points, a lot of waypoints there. Oh, this menu's new. Can restore this a bit. Cool. I got a shrine. The next one I get a constellation for Traveler. And some Hydra sigils. gotta say it one more time. Give it back. Looks like something bad's happening. Are those eremites? Oh. Hey, sis, she isn't talking. Whatever, it's not like there's anything more to talk about. Let's just take the stuff and go. Come on, little one, no need to make that face. Oh, look how prominent Celestia is there. Why did we take this job? Whatever. Kaikabad, what are you watching? Just toss her the boss's Mora, take the painting and go. He doesn't know what we're doing this far out. Why don't we just take the Mora and... Favors are more important deals than Mora. Where did you pop up from? Looks like you're bothering this young lady. We're just here to buy some artwork. 500,000? 550? 600? This Melusine won't talk. Take. It's a fair exchange, fair and square. We're not going to shortchange her. Told you to watch your mouth. Does it matter? Have we always solved these things? Get you shut up. We don't have time to get involve unrelated people besides. Buzz off, you're butting into legitimate business. That's enough. This is Fontaine. Seems I could just battle. I must now reveal my true identity. I am an enforcer of the law. If she's a law enforcer, I'm the Tsaritsa of Sishnaya. The Maison Gardinage. Anyway, if you're a plainclothes police, you're better than us. Need your evidence. Guys, I'm trying to be nice. They ran off. I'm fine, thank you. I'm not very good at dealing with people. You're very impressive. We are well-known professionals. I don't mean skills. She was fighting, you were just watching. Paimon's a guide. We're splitting the work, right? What should we call you? Mamare. My name is Mamare. Mamere? Melusines can paint too? I do every day, in fact. The painting is the thing that brings me happiness. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but I guess so. Let's help you gather up your painting tools first. Good job. You barely did anything, Paimon. It's called division of labor. They wanted to exchange Mora for the painting in my hands. They were here to buy your art after all? We ended up interrupting a business transaction. I don't need Mora, so it wasn't business. What does renown mean? Does that mean people know about you? I guess then. A stranger claiming to be an art collector asked to exchange art for Mora. Can you draw too, Paimon? Maybe with some hard work starting today. Not with that attitude. Who's this collector you're talking about? A cool person, and quite gentle, too. If he hadn't suddenly mentioned more, I would have given him the painting as a gift. Why do tall people love talking about that stuff? I don't think it's a matter of height. Appreciation of art. Yeah, do a portrait of Paimon. I missed the event where you got a portrait of Paimon for your teapot, and I will always hate myself for that. The village. It's a home. We call it Mercy Village. You just need to swim down from there and then keep going forward. Ancient Colors, Act 1.
Next on the agenda... A reward on... Zip on us!
Keep cold. Oh, man. Ooh, there's a thing there. Stop it. Okay. Ah!
answer from this world?
Alright, I got 2 Hydro Sigils out of it. Alright, I can probably get onto that little ridge. Dora, Dora, Dora.
The wind rises. Squall and fury. Rises. You dare to gaze upon me?
That really...
It's nothing.
Dumpty Dumpty go!
Go back to my Fontaine team. Alright, let's grab this first.
Born of ice and frost, for Rex Lapis!
Iridescence crystal. Like that'll take me up to there. And then I think I'll continue the story and exploration a bit.
I'll keep this close.
Ooh, there's definitely an arena over there. Ruin Grader, a bunch of chests. But they're there. Those are the, Shatterstone Breach Primuses. They're under protection of a Geo Shield.
Access denied. We're way behind schedule. Water jet! No touching.
I'm annoyed that other people can't pick up the healing cores that Lumine leaves behind. Alien Life Core. That's an interesting name for an item. Oh, Rift Towns. Gross.
We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda. We're way behind schedule. Surprise!
Is there... That's gotta be a thing. Whoa. Oh, I gotcha. Do you think this puzzle strange? As long as it gives us a treasure chest. Who placed these? Why'd they place them here? Sometimes the more you think about it, the worse it makes you feel. Perhaps a mysterious person with an equally mysterious agenda. It's all to train rookies? How weak. To be kind to others is to be cruel to yourself. Where'd you pop up from? Salsa. The great artist Salsa, who will be the future of Fontaine's art scene. My mom says as long as I drink lots of milk and go to bed on time, I'll grow taller, be like my sister in a few years. Big sis Salsa. You guys are members of that Eagle organization? The evil green guys. Now, Tittlog don't grow under weathered roots. Rainbow roses won't thrive on underwater riverbeds. Crystal devices do not go well with the muddy ground. What now? I just got mom and dad are coming home. So your parents left you here to paint in an area surrounded by hilichurls? Take care. She runs off with her canvas and box of drawing tools. The Fontaine Hot Springs. Alright.
All hail! Born of ice and frost.
Yeah, that's one.
Zip on up!
Do I need a third one? I do. Haha! No! Alright, can I... Is it gonna respawn? There we go.
Go!
come on. One. Why are they were respawning so quickly before? Or maybe I need to wait for them all to... Okay, one.
Water jet!
Alright, maybe I can...
Water jet!
Come on, give me the third one.
Water jet!
Grab the friggin' thing. There you go.
I'll keep this close.
Stupid. Stupid puzzle. Dumb puzzle. Ah. Wait, there's a bomb there. Saw a bomb somewhere.
No touching! We're way behind schedule.
Where the hell am I?
We're way behind schedule.
All right.
Rex Lapis, I am sorry. What detail did I miss? Next on the agenda.
So I need to install it in all of them. I gotcha. No problem. There you go.
We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda.
The Iron Viscount. Come on, just do it again. That's where I... Okay, so I'm underneath where I was before. So they're now just cool springs instead of hot springs. So that's a new enemy type. The red crown finch. And this is a new enemy type.
Shine down!
Another
Nimble Harvester and Arithmetic Enhancer.
gather!
Born of ice and frost.
That tingle?
No touching.
That
There is no escape.
picked the wrong test subject.
We're way behind schedule.
And that's an even bigger one up there. My god, there's so many friggin' enemy varieties. Look at the size of that one.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Another test.
The Construction Specialist mech.
Now you shall perish! Illusion
It's a
shattered!
friggin' crane. It's an entire crane
For Rex Lapis!
that I'm fighting. The claw.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Okay. Last one for sure. Then we're gonna do the story. Shoot where he's going, not where he is. I think the Favonius bow actually does fit him pretty well.
Yeah.
And now I'll make it all disappear. Just kidding.
Oh hey, Trinity 3. How you doing today? Thanks for the raid. Alright. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Alright. Dodoko. I am good. I am loving Fontaine. So it's all... Okay, I can mark that as a new fishing spot. I am trying to power through Fontaine, but I keep getting distracted by everything. Oh yeah, I got my Linny. Still far too weak to actually do anything. Because I have not yet, I have not yet, gotten all of the local delicacies needed to level them up. I was sitting at about 15.
Just as I expected.
Got it. Took about 80 wishes. Got the 50-50, which is nice. But still took about 80 wishes to get Linny. I was sitting at 15 before I started pulling for him. So, on stream, I had to do about 70 wishes total. So, 85... Oh my god, there's just so much to do and explore. Alright, let's, heal up. Yeah, very, very happy that I didn't have to end up pulling over 100. As long as I got that 50-50, I'm happy. Alright, let's try out the new boss, though. Seems overwhelming. Yeah. I mean, I'm so excited that we have a new region to explore that I mean, and it seems like truly massive. And you're helping? That's awesome. Alright, so this should be the new boss. That I really want to try out. Good ladies, I wish you good morning, afternoon, and evening. My name is Merarde, researcher with the Fontaine. I believe you're here to witness the Icewind statue. According to Mr. Bousset's original plan, Coppelius and Coppelia are a clockwork mecha dedicated to the art of dance. After I took over, I added my understanding of Pneumosia. Yeah, I battled Crab Boss earlier in the stream for the first time, and that was a lot of fun. And I love the look of these two. Skating rank bosses. So cool. We have large amounts of experimental data. I've gotten too passionate. Came to 2 different combat modes for Coppelius and Coppelia. They are the Dirge of Coppelia and the Nemesis of Coppelius. Okay. I'd speak with him before and select which one I'm planning on fighting. I'm gonna have to fight them both, so let's start with Dirge of Coppelia. Oh, and it literally sets the stage. The Dirge of Coppelia. Charged with Louisa, thereby dramatically increasing the efficiency of her exertions and summoning countless whirlwinds. So Dirge of Coppelia is the Animo variant.
Stabilize!
There is no escape! Born of ice and frost.
Oh no, so they do both variants. Okay.
Go! Shine down!
This is order.
Icewind Sweet Duality Side A. It's treating it like a music track. God, it's so elegant. It looks really beautiful. Nope. Now, can I destroy these? Nope. Funerary Storm.
Next on the agenda.
Solidify!
Torn to oblivion! Shine down!
Oh yeah, incredible elegance. Amazingly beautiful designs.
I'm a little low on energy. This is long overdue.
I will have order. Gather!
There is no escape. No touching. Illusion shattered.
Stabilize!
And bringing in just a weird makeshift team was probably not the best idea. Dun, dun, dun.
Gather!
There is no escape.
hit her with
Born of ice and
the
frost.
Numa to activate the annihilation energy. Meh. Oh, so that was Capellia. Are there thrones just situated around this to watch? Alright, let's set up a different team.
Ta-da! Queen is here.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
The more data samples, the better.
Twitch no, honestly. Just been going by Hollow ever since AOL. That was a thing. It was 2 words that I thought sounded cool in middle school. That's it. That's the entire story behind the name. Can I re-challenge, or... Oh, obviously I have to wait. Okay, so... So Dirge of Capellius is the... Nemesis of Capellius is the last one. And then I'm done with the Relic records. My main. My mains are probably Klee and Ganyu. Favorite characters? Big fan of Kokomi. Love Ning Wong. When I first started, I was a Beidou main for a while. I liked her gameplay, the counter gameplay. Lisa. Yeah. It's a solid group.
Do you want to come fish blasting with me? I'll get grounded.
Okay, here's... Go activate a random something. By the time I come back, he will have respawned. Then I'll try out that second boss. There we go. I see it. Oh no, it's one of those. Let's see. Where would the... I've actually been playing Genshin since maybe like a month after it launched. Which was awesome. It was a really fun time to be playing. When everything was new and exciting. Then I was on and off for a while, so I started... Oh god, let's see, the very... Is there a way to sort by the date? Yeah, so there, because it launched in September of 2020. I started playing in October of 2020. My very first 5-star. I think it might have been Klee. Yeah, I think Klee was my very first 5-star, which very much endeared me.
Let's move out.
Yeah, I remember I was playing before that, but I think that was the first banner I know I pulled on 1 or 2 banners before that. I think that was just my first, like, banner I went all in
La
on.
la la.
Yeah, it's just the art style. I was sold on the game. I love the aesthetic, particularly of Mondstadt and Liyue. Okay, Nemesis of Capellius.
The more data samples.
Oh yeah, the Klee events are always, the summer events are always so much fun. Okay, Nemesis of Capellius.
Jumpy dumpy toe.
Illusion shattered.
Stabilize.
By royal decree.
Now ye shall perish.
Blow them all up.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
That's it. Ugh. Klee. Hydro damage bonus. Alright. And crit damage, EM. I'll take that one. Yeah, that's how you do it with Klee. Let the little pyro just blow everything up. Okay, so that's everything for the... Oh, it shows a respawn timer. That's really cool. That's the one that gives the boss for Lynette. Linny is this one down here, the fire crab. So let me see if I can actually... I just need one more animo fragment.
My processing speed had...
Perfect. Okay. Still only level 50, both of them, so they are my lowest level. One thing I'm working on right now is I'm trying to get every character to 80. So I have every drop I need, and I have every, like, world item I need. All I'm working on right now is farming boss drops, because that's, you know, 900% of what I need. Alright, so let's go back to my Fontaine team. You're trying to max 90 on all the characters. Oof. I set my goals on 80 right now, because I feel like 90 is going to take me forever. I even have a Google Doc set up with everything I need. It tells me exactly how many more... Like right now I'm at 15 out of 44 cleansing hearts from the Oceanid. So I need to battle the Oceanid a maximum of 15 more times. And I have a whole sheet for what I need. But I'm good on all collectibles and, like, mob drops. So it's all bosses now. That it's just... I have yet to add Linny and Lynette to that list.
Exactly. There'll be an extra fee.
Let's see. There's also a bunch of world quests that I still have to do. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And thank you again for the follow and the raid. Always cool to talk to people. Absolutely. Have a good one. Gosh, there's so much to explore. I think I'm gonna continue the story now, though. Yeah. So I'll do the story now, and then I'll do all like the side quests.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up.
So this is the beginning of Act 2.
I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory
I'm so
feast,
curious
right?
about her, if she's going to be a 4-star or a 5-star. It was a pleasure working with you.
True. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Yeah, that's a really weird
If it hadn't happened right
story.
in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the
Her eyes are
investigation could
beautiful.
never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could—
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To
What
seep into
is
the
the
cracks
Spina
where
di
filth falls
Rosula?
through, where their watch fails them.
Spina di Rosula.
That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually
Like, is it an
are.
officially sanctioned governmental body within Fontaine, or is it like a
It's all right. Well,
mercenary
this was
corps
supposed
of
to be
the
a farewell meal,
elite?
so let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much of an opportunity
That's
to do
true.
so.
We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas.
Are they the Mafia? Is it just
What
the
did
straight
you
up
have in
Mafia?
mind?
Well, one way would
mean,
be
with
to
Silver and
infiltrate a
Mellow's
performance
kinda-
troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending.
Could you suggest something a little more practical?
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Preach.
That might work, but
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed.
you mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse?
It's worth a try.
Oh, that
Would
does make some sense.
Would someone with her personality really feel
Why
shame?
don't we give it a try after this meal?
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about...
No, it's fine.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
My drink tasted
Is
that
that
way
so?
too.
Huh. If we're all finished eating, then...
Yeah, we're... Oh, so...
Salty like
full.
tears?
Paimon can barely float anymore.
Floating a little lower.
Can't you see Paimon's barely an...
Okay.
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Seems that was tough for her. It was pretty pricey thanks to Paimon.
Let's give her...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing.
See ya!
If we come up with any information about kidnapping, as light rain falls without reason. Alright, just a regular pigeon. I could offer several. Alright, we're level 4. Out of 50. I assume it's going to be like Sumeru in that we will not be able to access most of it until like 4.3 or 4.4.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yeah, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
That's kinda spooky.
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it?
I can feel strong emotions.
Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
It was an Oceanid. Where is
Vache,
this?
are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Sorry, who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know.
I only know 2 Oceanids. One of them runs a carnival, and I'm blanking on her name. The other one is named Rodea.
My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
Lost your form?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Are Oceanids all the girls that have been dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, but now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting, I never knew how heavy it could be.
You need me to find him?
No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it would be hard for him to forget you.
So. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow. Such longing. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Vache was a witness to the fact you dissolved?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
How much time has
Farewell,
passed?
then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Who is Vache? What is going on? What? What? What the hell is happening? Oh my god. There's Navia with a greatsword.
Demoiselle, look out!
Holy hell!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
We got this. Oh, it's Chlorine!
Chlorand?
She's not with them, so have the Gardamex like gone mad? The champion duelist herself.
Quick, now's our chance!
Cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Did she just suplex a robot with her legs? Oh my god, this is dope as hell! Dope. That was cool. We know they have a... Was that just in the middle of the air?
Thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand.
Chlorine.
But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
What is the history between these two? And I just... Chlorine's design is... Good. Good design.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety.
Mr. Callus.
And I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Mr. Callus, maybe Navio's father?
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
But why did this all happen as soon as I was in the
Your
water?
performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
Alright, we've heard that several times. The Maison Gardiennage control the Gardamex.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
So they have their own army of robots.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless,
meanwhile, just in the background.
Thank you for your help today, Chlorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Chlorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's
What happened?
Paimon thought we were done for. Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious. Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorine who came out to save us too. We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Thank you for the rescue, Navia. Not gonna insult Paimon.
Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill.
All right.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Oh my god, someone was trying to assassinate her.
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said, that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Do you mean that I thought it tasted strange, but I couldn't be
Fanta
sure?
only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty?
So the Fontaine
Someone was trying to
water from the
dissolve
primordial
her.
sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Oh, damn.
Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger.
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
That's why Paimon could hear the voice.
That the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro
Does that
element.
mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
While you...
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she was dissolved.
That is important.
You connected with the ocean and its
Vache.
conscience.
That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try
Yes,
searching for him.
Thank you. This is very important information indeed. Oh, you mean...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
This will prove to be their biggest
Demoiselle,
mistake.
do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases. We also have some plans to go over.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Lenek, something. let's go here.
It's right up ahead, but let's make...
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted...
Huh, very good.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Are you part of the underground? Oh, yeah, I haven't gone underground yet. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good on her. The wings of companionship. Yeah, wings of companionship look the best on her. I actually think the basic wings look the best on him with the dark color scheme and the red. Either that or this. I actually think the basic wings look the best on him. Underground. I've said it before, MiHoYo loves references. We've gotten Shakespeare references. We got a lot of cool references in the past. We are in France, in a French-inspired region, in a place obsessed with justice. I'm personally wondering if we're going to get a Les Mis reference. Like, are we going to get some reference to Javert? Are we going to get... I'm very curious if we're going to see any references to that. You just were sitting here with those 10,000 Mora, just sitting there? The land of corroded shadows and tainted currents. Consigliere. Is this a tattooed turtle? Hello? Does her silence indicate displeasure? In that case, I humbly beg your forgiveness. Impressive. You've won my respect. A tattooed tortoise named Consigliere. Again, that's weird. Do you need a lock picked or perhaps switched? Don't people usually realize they've forgotten to bring their keys only upon returning home at night? Don't worry, I have principles and sense. I don't want to perform a trial standing show at the Opera House. Yeah, so only the innocent get to live above ground.
If you want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
You do legal consultancy? I do consultancy on how to escape the law. How to avoid run-ins with the champion duelists and avoid entering the theater. God, this is so fascinating.
The scent of treasure.
Crosa. Damn. Oh, they have their own doctor. Graduation cert from the Academia. The people in the Fleuve Songe have already gotten used to lifestyle. They need vegetables and sunlight. I just woke up here. Everyone here tells me that too. I did a short stint in the fortress. We heard them mention that yesterday, which we now know is a prison.
Say what you mean.
A bartender. Alright, let's see where...
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
It's got some charm to
Your
it, though.
accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who...
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the previous boss's...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
Ooh,
3 years
that
ago,
doesn't sound good.
he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in. But I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of... However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence...
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Schadenfreude.
How could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood between you is strange.
Yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just
Well,
can't
that's
deal
a
with this
definite
yet.
past.
Don't worry, Navia.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates that he intended to die.
Yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards
by that
the end.
organization, and it was die and accept the shame or we'll kill your daughter.
Thanks.
Yeah. Hormones.
Please, relax and get some sleep. Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, this won't do.
Let's see my room. Nope, never mind.
Paimon slept, huh? Navia? Where did the other two...
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back, but never mind that.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I?
Guess...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
Okay, I'm getting an idea. Could Navia's mother have been dissolved? Which is why Navia's father was obsessed with the missing persons case. And he was threatened for getting too close to the answers or something along that line?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go
no, it...
The waterway here is too narrow.
Over here!
Nothing quite like sewer cabbage. I think you should follow Breath of the Wild rules, and ladders actually regen stamina. I will say, it does appear that the stamina is going up lower than it would if we were climbing a wall, which is cool. Yeah, okay, it was a different exit. 5 hours, though. 'Cause oh, this is the automated blacksmith quest. Okay. Look forward to work with you. Is it a new auto forge gadget? So I need that. I just need more condensed crystal. Oh boy. Boy, moi. Okay. A little disappointing, but you know what? Not altogether unexpected.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
There's another quest there. Tell me about the Special Security and Surveillance Protocol. They're the elites of the Maison Gardiennage. They handle affairs that the ordinary Gardas will struggle with. Alright. Well, so far I think we've seen pretty much everything from the initial cutscene, the initial teaser for Fontaine, with one big notable exception. I mean, we haven't seen Riosli or Sigwin yet, who were in that teaser. But we saw the Magic Act, we saw Navia, we saw that fight with Clorind, we saw Nouvelette. The only thing we haven't seen is Child accusing Nouvelette of, like, justice. So kind of, part of me wonders if that's going to be in this act. Or if that's going to be something we have to wait a little longer to see. Because I have Child's vision.
Halt! Please state your business here. The
Sit
Chief
in.
Justice is presently occupied. This place does look...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorney.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry.
Well, all right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice...
Thanks.
Sure, that sounds like a real reason. Oh my god, it's so cute. Farina lives on the top floor. She's a real celebrity. The Maison Gardiennage and the Marchius Fontaine are also upstairs. Monsieur Nouvelette's time Scott's note schedule is also very full. There's a special entrance that leads to her suite, which is inaccessible. If you really wanted to get there, you can try jumping off the roof. Someone did try that once. Fortunately, his life didn't wind up in danger. He's presently hard at work at the fortress of Meropide. Decline and fall of Lemuria.
These newcomers are full of enthusiasm.
Eunomia.
Please come in.
Cool.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
I'm assuming he's Hydro, but does he have a vision on the bow on his back like every other character?
That Nervalet would be so easy to talk to.
Unfortunately,
Let's see a vision on him.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it...
Is that so?
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
Hold up. Big old spider. Ugh, creep me out. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to the cold laws you hold so dear.
If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die? Despised and hated by all, everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
I kind of want to stay here and talk to Monsieur Neuvillette.
Navia.
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
I do have a theory. It's a bit out of pocket. I think this is like out there, my theory. Could Neuvillette be the actual Hydro Archon? Could he be Focalors and Farina is like a decoy? And it's his sorrow that's maybe causing the rain?
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why, that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
The fact that people can be turned into water.
You're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad.
I really think I found a true All right,
Wow.
Let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah,
Hold on, I want to check
for
something.
sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Alright, well... I just typed in 3 words. And some crazy theories just popped up. And that could be kind of cool. So, I just did Act 1 yesterday. And in Act 1, we heard a story from Linny and Lynette. That whenever it rains... No, it was from Fremine. It said that there was once the Hydro Dragon. And whenever the Hydro Dragon cried or was sad, it rained. I typed in Genshin Dragon Rain. And the second thing that popped up, Neuvillette equals Hydro Dragon Theory. Could Neuvillette be the Hydro Dragon? So, he would be... Because we know from the Apep Nahida's second story arc that the Dragon Sovereign was reincarnated in human form. So we know dragons can take human form, so could Neuvillette be the Hydro Dragon taken human form? Or could he be the Dragon Sovereign, maybe? Which is why he has such a connection, and he seems disconnected from humanity and dispassionate, because he's not human, but he does feel sorrow for these cases. He holds it deep in his heart, and that's why it causes rain. And Navia confronting him about this caused sorrow, that it's causing rain. Alright. I like that theory. That's kind of fun. That could be really cool. Let's go grow your stuff fresh. Let's go.
Great, the weather's clearing up. I wonder if there's someone up there performing magic too.
So I have yet to go to Poisson. Oh no, I've been to Poisson. Oh, Poisson is where their base was. Well, look at that.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at...
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who
Cool.
asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you... Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewer. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began after all.
Cool. I remember that way was actually where I came from, the water down there. The first time I explored Poisson.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partner. You said before that you still had some business.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the
Tell us a
same?
bit more about what happened before.
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
That was the drug that was mentioned during Linney's trial. As a byproduct, yeah.
That guard guy who turned into water also mentioned that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety
Extreme withdrawal?
while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing
Compartmentalization.
that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
How did that...
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the precise.
Someone getting dissolved.
It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, It's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's possible that the third person
You're right.
was to blame.
We still don't know what happened.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful. I think this on that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? And live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now.
Good for
I
you.
want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances
You're
case.
just saying this now, my
But
guy.
what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
All those years ago.
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict, but once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the detail. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public.
So instead he was
If something
framed?
were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victim.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Until now.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was
Damn.
still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I thought it was something like
I'm
that.
afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, He really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially,
that's huge.
It's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Let's just go beat them all up.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
That's true.
There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine Authority?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice, but things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malou.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake.
Okay.
But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
Silver.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendor. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
That would be bad.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
I have that written.
Uncle Marcel.
What's the Confrère?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around.
So, they're like a sister organization?
Yes, you can say that.
Okay.
When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down them.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guard. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has
one
been
of
right
those
next
three
to
is a
me all
traitor.
along.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course.
You're too kind. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
You're a good dude,
A
Alfred.
new case awaits, my dear partner. I
Leave
hope
it to
we can
me.
work together to...
Callus's case records. 3 years ago on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands. Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped. Callus was thus judged to have been the culprit. Child's vision. The Opera House switcheroo case record.
Whoever the why would it? Here we go again, trying to crack an impossible case. All proof and no motive. Who would have imagined that people could really turn into water?
It is settled, then. Please excuse me.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mura and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring—
I'm sorry. I appreciate this. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
Okay, that's an interesting little
Mama,
twist.
why is Papa still the bad guy? If he did the right, Papa always wanted to be a—
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man.
Yeah, Papa was a really good man.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? the first time anyone said that to me.
Testimony from Jacques' family.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth.
It also reminded me, on the day that after my partner here put the dots together for me, can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that...
Let me think.
Okay.
Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a 3rd person there who was turned into water?
Very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a 3rd person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying, but hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine? And did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his...
About that, Malouse told me a thing or 2. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss.
I don't want it to be him.
And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Okay, Florent advisor claimed he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet.
My apologies. It's just...
Hey there, Thierry.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've come...
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work, it's really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job
Or is this too obvious?
Anyway, enough chit.
Ah, yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamek?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, I'll...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, so I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all... I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so...
Okay, well... Thierry, the person responsible for the official contact between Spina and the guards. So Marcel works for an incredibly rich group, right? That's suspicious. I know this is where the Bennett event is going to be. I already bought everything from you, right?
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for...
Sure. I will let him know.
Confrérie of Cabriere.
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too.
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf.
Yeah.
I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkard.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly.
I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what...
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas,
yeah.
It seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't... Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Well...
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself.
Of a gunshot,
we'll
not
ask
two
around some
gunshots.
more.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need more. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Recollection is foggy. Jump. It doesn't last as long as Yalan. But it's still cool to have a little dash.
We've talked to all three suspects.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
None of them stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years.
Oh, there you go. We still have one more in the court of Fontaine.
Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what...
But where should we start?
Jacques' motive.
You're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with a gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus?
That's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
The third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
I mean, we know.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects, and with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Florent?
Okay.
It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security.
So you're saying he's too broke?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group, so...
What about Thierry?
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how...
Who could it be?
Okay. I think it's Marcel.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight.
I hear a mecha walking.
Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He's someone who's close to you after all.
We still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production base.
Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely we need far more solid proof.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guard?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hand.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigation.
Right, because they'll think...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand.
All right. Child's on trial.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You go to Irenaeus, I'll go investigate that place. I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide. You're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help
Leave
you,
it to me.
Just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
I mean, I have Child's vision.
Mademoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver. When did you two...
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Combining the information, it's none other than Marcel. Marcel Marceau.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked. close, so close! Stay cool! Stay strong. Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already!
Robot fish! There's a really
you nearly got him!
crazy tension.
Whoa, nice catch!
Oh, come on. Stay strong. Just need to have patience. Oh, come on. Stay strong.
There you go. I don't like that that was as close as I could get.
So close, so close! Stay cool! Whoa, nice catch!
Could it be you trying to run into trouble? I shall bear witness to the truth of that statement. This is probably a multi-day debate's too hard, the fish can't bite. You're the gods of line breaking. From now on, every time you catch a fish, you must believe your determination and dedication to fishing. Well said, Paimon. Cheerleader and Chief Paimon. Well, this is what I actually wanted to see. So I need to find special robot fish. Oh my god. Alright, well these are easy. These are everywhere.
Info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
see it, but I want to do something first. No, damn it!
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
They don't
You're
want to
right.
stand out.
An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanism. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now.
Meanwhile, inside the Upper Epiclese, oh, we're getting like a flash sideways.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case.
Oh, I love it.
This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with it.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol.
Yep.
I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjection.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default. Correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer.
God, he's so great.
Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What Confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
The shocked and confused Marcel is brought to the stands.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reason.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Neuvillette versus Navia, so it's not
on the
Farina.
day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend
I love
himself
his
in
look.
court.
He's got the eye patch. I love the
Instead,
hair
he
swoopy.
chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father after that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of— Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordials.
Okay. Two gunshots. Callus, who had the motive to kill.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Okay, the first shot must have missed.
Something. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and... A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Cool. Successful refutation.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to...
I'm afraid...
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
You suck.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same, we should be able to find him. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you describe, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least...
I've thought about this too. And the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say... your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clorinde.
Yeah.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake.
Just speak the truth.
But since he entrusted his will to you, Clorinde, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So... during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted.
That's child.
Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing.
I mean, his hair does kind of have a glow of the divine. We know that all the Archon's hairs glow when...
In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
I don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feeling. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I mean, can't you say the same for Tartaglia?
I do apologize, Demoiselle.
No.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license? You can also take a look at my border entry records. Or could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anger?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings, but aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. And it never has. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. While that same agency has long been taken from the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say...
A little while earlier, at the entrance to the synth production base. Damn it, I got automatically pulled in. Damn it! There was a chest out there and a Hydroculus. We're gonna throw Clea. And he has Wisa energy.
Go!
Wait, no, I'm not on it.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Next on the agenda.
No, but I'm not on there. Is it automatic? Does it go up and down on its own? Okay, it does. Oh, this is so cool.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Cool. It's gonna raise the water level. Yeah. But not all the way.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Over here. Come on, focus. Access denied. Boing, boing, boom!
Jumpy dumpy go! Step on up!
Didn't quite touch it. Woo! Born of ice and frost.
Alright, can I just like shoot a wall? Will it automatically spawn the health, or it's only when it hits enemies?
Go!
It's only when it hits enemies. Okay, that's definitely high enough.
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
I just was? Did I go around for no reason? Alright. So cool. God dang.
No touching! For Rex Lapis! Pew! Dumpy dumpy go! La la la!
Water jet!
Born of ice and frost.
I'm very curious about these statues. We've seen them a few places now, and they're holding a staff blade similar to what Farina is holding on the Statue of the Seven, which I'm now realizing is kind of antithetical to my theory that Neuvillette might be the actual Archon, but it kind of supports the theory that Neuvillette is the Hydro Dragon. What is that? Is that the Primordial Sea?
The innermost sanctum, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House.
I mean, like, what is that? That looks hella sus.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eye. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to the Jacques case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
That's cool. They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Callus's investigation report.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
There's a name, too.
Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They belong to the victims.
You mean the girls from the serial disappeared and then they were turned into water and all the boxes of things These names.
This is the final stop. That must be synth.
Whoa! There's so much synth here!
And I'm just...
And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
Synth like synthetic, but also the first three letters are S-I-N, sin. And we heard for Act 1 that everyone in Fontaine is born with a sin. And that's why maybe synth or the primordial water affects them in certain ways? Okay.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep. What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Calm down,
Sorry,
Paimon.
Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
I get it, Paimon. That's messed up. The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Venier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did it all. But did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Ready? Marcel is not from Chesnaya. Marcel is Vacher. He's doing this to save Venier and somehow bring her back to life. Okay? Bear with me. He's killing all these people, trying to find a way to restore people that have been turned into dissolved by the primordial water. He erased all proof of his own existence, took on the name Marcel. And there's one very easy way to prove it. Offer to dump primordial water on him. He's claiming he's from Snezhnaya. If he's telling the truth, the water will do nothing to him. But if he's truly Vacher from Fontaine, the water would dissolve him and he would not let it get poured on him.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness.
The ocean that we
serial
talked to must have been...
case.
Okay. He is the researcher.
You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments?
The voice I heard in the fountain was probably Venier.
So that's it! Vacher was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There's more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will...
I mean, this has to be the water.
Look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water!
That must be the water of the primordial sea.
This is where they make all the synth! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems... Yeah! We haven't found anything that... No wonder even And if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't
Clever,
be able to identify
but
the
not
true
clever
pope.
enough.
Sure thing.
I know what's happening. I already guessed it. Jump. Among the personal belongings.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Paimon, I found it.
Really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
Mm-hmm. It is.
Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story.
The baby name is gonna be
She
Marcel.
was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
She made a list of baby names.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was...
Cabreri?
Marcel.
Oh, Marcel, yeah.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Nope, I figured it out. Let's go.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you...
I've merely surprised.
I was waiting for you to say that.
There we go.
As expected of my partner.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of the...
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence,
You say you've never heard of Vache.
But the truth of it, Marcel,
Oh, yay,
is
voice.
that you've always
Sarah.
been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you
Who's that
know,
guy?
don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people.
You're just a hypocrite.
Vignere is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter what
maybe he
I
is
do.
from Shaznia. Okay.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. Vignere, please, Vignere. Don't think badly of me.
I
All
mean...
I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Neuvillette also has the strangely
pointed ears.
pointed
The man now known
ears.
as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere.
Oh, they were part of the Adventurers Guild.
During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea
That was
can
the guy we
induce
saw in
feelings
the...
of euphoria, and began to
the
manufacture
audience.
and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Okay, we haven't seen any other characters with ears like him, which I pointed out. He also has very unique eyes. I think he could be a dragon, my guy. That could be really cool. It's like 2 people applaud. And that guy was in...
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely...
A day our late boss had always hoped for.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
There's still one scene that we haven't seen.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the... We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse.
The Oratrice is gonna judge him guilty.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunction?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Here's cutscene time. Cutscene time!
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
God, it's so freaking cool. Is he gonna go full Monoceros? Yeah, he is. Oh God, what a badass transformation. Foul Legacy, that's it.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
He managed to get a cut in on him.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies.
Oh God, I love it.
This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice is a no, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with... I don't know what happened.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, It was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress,
she's got no clue what she's doing.
First to take my leave. Toodaloo.
I kinda love the idea of an incompetent Archon.
So she chose to make her escape after all.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what—
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though after all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday.
What about Tooser? Okay, we finally have Neuvillette. Let's see. I don't see a vision on his back. That's just the same jewel that's on his neck. I see no vision. Maybe under the. Nothing on his hair. I see no vision on Neuvillette.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Behold! The wind rises. Behold! The wind rises.
Goddamn Joy-Con drift. Or controller drift. Okay. From my current team, let's bring out
This had better be important.
Let's also bring out
Let's investigate this.
Albedo. Dang it! I've gone through like 3 controllers in under a year from Drift. There we go. Friggin' finally.
Coming to be. Behold.
Okay, so I can't get in there.
Squall Fury.
I don't know if it's possible to get up there. Oh, what if I go from back here, maybe?
Live.
No, I don't think it's...
Coming to be. Burst forth. Live.
No.
Burst forth. Behold.
That was literally the highest point I could think of.
Coming to be. Squall Fury.
Oh well. Alright, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get back to my regular party. Alright, so that was a really interesting case.
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette! That...
I...
Is he going to be our first character without a vision? Oh, you know what? They did do the drip marketing. Let me Okay, ready? Genshin drip marketing 4.1. I said this one. Riosli and Nouvelette are going to be the next characters. Alright. Nouvelette, Ordainer of Inexorable Judgment, Eudux of Fontaine. Given the previous behind-the-scenes editorial on the Hydro Archon, earned us an honorable epithet of tabloid journalism. The Dark Hero is probably just some disguise. When he gets up in the morning, he's just him. In the dead of night, but not Mr. Nouvelette. The Chief Justice is the real him. For us, Melusines, our ideal. There you go. Granted, the Melusines appear. Don't they usually have some information about them? Oh, could maybe be on his cane? We did see him use a cane. Okay, we're gonna try this. A Nouvelette Vision. Fans are noticing an important detail. Some speculate he's the only male Melusine. The status of his vision, there you go. Could Nouvelette be someone who can manipulate elements without it, like the Traveler? Name Nouvelette, title Ordainer of Inexorable Judgment, Eudux of Fontaine. There's no vision listed. He's just Hydro, and there's no constellation listed. That's pretty sus. That's pretty sussy. Alright, I guess I'm stuck with this party forever. I'm gonna take apart my controller and just do like a deep cleaning.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him! Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Why is he not in like handcuffs?
Stop resisting arrest! No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vash? I erased all records of that.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure?
It was around the Fountain of Lucine.
How would that be? How did you manage to do it?
Something to do with my sensitivity to the Hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then, please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers...
Paimon agreed...
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy
implying he's not human. So either Melusine or Dragon. Leaning towards Dragon
Very
right now.
well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I
will go with him. You do...
In that...
Thank you.
So does that mean Child got sent to the prison, the fortress of Meropide? Because that's kind of interesting.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then, I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot?
Vache.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard...
Vinier, it's me! It's me!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here!
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive.
And now you deserve
Nothing else mattered. I must be dreaming.
You're a monster.
Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself.
Is it all of them?
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. It's all because of your selfishness.
Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed.
So it's
back
Vinier
to the
plus
sea.
all the other.
Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness.
God damn.
Your selfishness robbed us of our
Good.
lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vinier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Damn. Looks like I didn't meet Vinier back then either. They must have wanted me to lure him here from the beginning.
No.
Damn.
Yeah. She can't hate me.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vinier. She really doesn't want to see you, but on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
God damn.
Vache. Vache? Vache. Vache. Vache.
All of his victims.
Drown.
God damn. This is... The guards find the culprit of the serial disappearance. The young Roman case Marcel appeared to have lost his soul. God damn it, Genshin. What the hell?
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way. My legs are killing me.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh, now that I believe.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
That's cool.
So his name's definitely been cleared.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steamboat?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer.
I wonder when Charlotte's gonna be playable.
I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Robe. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances.
Oh yeah, she told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
I just like her Navia's vibe.
That's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarande out for a meal.
When is Clarande gonna be playable? That's number one.
Are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time.
Oh, that's great!
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him. That includes me.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too!
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off.
Yeah, you're right.
It's been raining for days. Because Nouvellette is upset about what happened at the trial.
To be perfectly honest.
Huh? There's someone there?
Clarande,
Isn't that
Nouvellette, yeah.
Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respect.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Again, implying that he's not human.
In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him.
God, Nuvalet's such a badass. I really am very excited for him to be playable.
One could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
And that's why it hasn't stopped raining for days. He is the Hydro Dragon.
That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well.
I really love the characterization a lot of these guys are
Let's not
getting.
disturb them for now.
Following Navia and Neuvillette, you pay respects.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
You're not supposed to fly around the grave.
Oh, no.
She took it too seriously.
Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him.
Yeah.
Paimon's really sorry.
What?
Well, aren't you not
Huh?
Hey, Traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects?
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
Oh my god. And now that Navia has given him peace of mind, it stopped raining immediately. I mean, come on.
I see, I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
He's a dragon. Are we getting like an end of the Archon question series early? Okay. The water of the Primordial Sea.
At court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the Primordial Sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
So was it like evaporated, or it's outside the planet because the sky is fake, so it's beyond that? Or is it underground, like in Enkonomia or somewhere like that?
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Very much so. The prophecy.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you...
That's right!
Yeah.
It was Linny that told us back then!
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
Hydroculus in the background.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like?
Child.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on it. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by—
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with Eve.
Is there anything else?
Last one.
Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else?
I have
Very
no more
well.
questions.
It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you.
I will say, based purely on his first appearance, I thought he would be kind of like conceited and kind of like stark serious as like the head Chief Justice. He's so chill. I really love his
It will soon be time for me
personality.
to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Mermonia.
Palais Mermonia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
I mean, come on, they're literally just hitting the nail on the head here. As light rain falls without reason. Does it? Or is there truly a reason? Neuvillette is the reason. Ah, Fontaine, another nation, another Catherine. Alright, well, we got a lot to do. And I gotta get this controller fixed, because this is irritating. Zerp. There you go. Alright, well, I think... Unlock new gameplay or function. I assume one of these is going to unlock the, events. Or, sorry, the bounties and stuff. We still got Linny's to do. So I think I will be back, if not tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, if not tomorrow, Monday, to do more, streaming. You received this letter. Oh, it's Farazan's birthday. Alright. Yeah, so I will probably be back, if not tomorrow, Monday, to do more streaming. Probably just exploring in some of the world quests. It seems like we got a whole bunch of world quests to do in Fontaine, including visiting the Melusine village. And I am very excited to see what they got. I loved these 2 acts. They were both incredibly fascinating. I really love the characterization they're giving the people of Fontaine. I feel like it's always been good in these games. I feel like it's stepped up so much, and I just loved the personalities of the people here. It felt so... like, it's always been very anime tropey, in my opinion. They felt like... Navia felt like a real person with a lot of genuine, real problems and real conflicts, like with Clorinde and Nouvelette, and even the insane Farina. And I love Linny and Lynette, and I really want to see more with Freminet, and because there's that whole mystery still going on. So Child is now locked up in prison where he should not be, and I'm guessing that's where we're gonna meet Riosli and Sigwin, because we know they were working together, which is what we saw in the original teaser. So I think they're working together at the Fortress of Meripede. That's where we're going to meet them. And they are guarding Child. And we're going to deal with whatever the machinations are of Arlecchino. And that's going to tie in Linny and Lynette from Part 1 into Part 2. Yeah, I'm very interested to see where this goes, and I'm very interested to play more of this game. And we will do that next time. So guys, thank you so much for joining me. If you're watching this on Twitch, make sure you are following. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. Special shout out to Trinity3 and Marlim for hanging out and talking with me and the follows. Very much appreciated. But that is it for this thing that I am doing. I will be seeing you. Until next time, peace.